I don't fit in the camera anymore. I'm not even trying to be dumb. I really just don't know what else to do here. Well, it is 11 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on a... I don't know what day it is. Thursday, Wednesday, something like that. What's up, guys? We in a stew, baby, and we are waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting because this trial is ridiculous. And I feel like we're always waiting for something. So what's up? We're waiting for more. This is the very beginning of the trial today. I know the jury's coming at 1 o'clock. Okay, I know that. But I wanted to jump on and try to get through whatever is on here first before they come in. I'm assuming we're still addressing what happened yesterday. And so that's where we're at. So good to see everybody. Let's go ahead and just get this day started. Let's hear what's going on. Hopefully this BS is moving quicker and we're not waiting for too long, but we'll see.
Our present counsel for defendant are present as is defendant Kouri Richins. Let me just provide a summary of how we got from yesterday to today. At the close of proceedings yesterday, we had a plan to receive defendant's written response to state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R as prior consistent statements under Rule of Evidence 801 D1B. After everybody left the courthouse and upon reflection, the court did some additional research regarding the foundational requirements of 801 D1B, issued a ruling requesting additional foundation for admission of those redacted exhibits under that rule. That's docket 1700-1700. And shortly after that had a WebEx conference on the record with counsel to discuss the court's concerns regarding the foundation requirements for that rule. Following that, the state narrowed its request to seek, as I understand it, Mr. Bloodworth, publishing, not admission, of portions of only two of the proffered exhibits. That would be 5-58R and 8-62R under Rule 106. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After that, counsel, to their credit, engaged in a productive email exchange regarding their positions regarding those redactions. I think we need to discuss those one at a time now. Is that your view, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It would help me to just go through these one at a time and talk about what's happening here. So let's start with Exhibit 5-58R, which is the transcript of a May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber. And we begin, as I understand it, and I'm going off the 8-58R. Did I misspeak? My apologies. 8-58R. Thank you for the clarification. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right email here. And I'm not.
Oh my gosh.
My apologies. I need to print the state's response.
It's not his fault. It's just a mess.
Your Honor, it's probably the 8:05 p.m.
Yes, that's right.
It's just a mess, bro. Tell me I'm wrong.
So, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, in response to the state's highlights in and around page 75, lines 1921, the defendant states, quote, "This completely resolves this proffered section, leaving nothing for the court to decide." But then the state, I think, sees it a little differently. Help me understand here.
Yes, Your Honor. The highlighted, I think for the purpose of this discussion, the highlights are immaterial. The highlights related to the 801 discussion.
Okay.
So in the 8:05 email last night, the state the state set forth its view by page and line number of the 106 argument.
Okay, so the state's position is that page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13 from this should be published under Rule 106.
That's correct. And that section of that statement, that section of the transcript applies to both the first and second paragraphs. It encompasses both of the statements both of defense's statements that are outlined in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the 8:05 email.
Understood. And so to the extent when we look at 8-58R, to the extent that between page 65, line 4 and page 87, line 13, there are some sections that are not currently highlighted, is the state's position that those are included in the state's request?
Yes, Your Honor. I think for purpose of this discussion, we can ignore highlighting.
Okay, got it. Let me pause there. Ms. Lewis, take a moment. Take the time you need.
Is there anything that we need to know here? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I understand this is the process. They're doing this. This is not for our timing, but heavens to Betsy, man. I just feel like, why is this done on court time? That's all my only question. And maybe I'm wrong. Why does this happen on the time of the trial so much? Like it's just eating time.
Will you restart that printer for me? Thank you.
I didn't realize we were ignoring the highlights until right now. So,
Well, I think if it helps speed things along, as I understand it, the defendant didn't have any trouble with the highlighted portions. It's now the unhighlighted portions between 65 and 87 that we need to make sure you get an opportunity to respond to.
actually, Your Honor, we had agreed to letting in all of the highlighted portion on page 75 and 76 because that would be what was related to the statement that I elicited on cross. So that's what we had agreed to, which is what we believed the state wanted, because like I said, it wasn't until Mr. Bloodworth just said we were now ignoring highlights. So we agreed to page 75, line 8, starting at line 8, through page 76, ending at line 5, under the rule of completeness, because that completed the discussion around the elicited statement, which is give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. I think going all the way back and adding in everything does not have to do with that statement. It's a lot of discussion. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with O'Driscoll's statement that was elicited through Carmen. It's talking about, trying to look at the unhighlighted parts now. I mean, it is talking about that it's about she doesn't know the situation between Eric and Kouri, which wouldn't have anything to do with that. It's about when we're going to meet again. She says, I need to go through whatever I need to go through to figure out. I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with that statement by Detective O'Driscoll. I mean, I agree the stuff right before that and immediately after that that completes that line of question and answers should come in. But, for example, on page 67, Detective Maynard says, I'm just saying we're going to need you to settle down and get details and timelines. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the statement. And it's also hearsay by Detective Maynard. I mean, I suppose if Mr. Bloodworth wants to question Detective O'Driscoll about some of these other statements, that would be appropriate, but I disagree that all of this comes in under the rule of completeness.
I think we need to be a little bit careful here. It's not Detective O'Driscoll's statements that are subject to the rule of completeness. It is Ms. Lauber's statements that are potentially subject to the rule of completeness. And as I understood the state's position, it was the context provided by Detective O'Driscoll's statement on page 75 combined with Ms. Lauber's response on page 82. And that was, as I understood from back when Carmen Lauber testified in open court, what the state believed they needed to correct the arc of. Is that fairly stated, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor, and I can provide additional detail to the extent we need it.
If you would just make a record for why the state believes page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13 is required to explain, qualify, or provide context for Ms. Lauber's testimony, I'd appreciate it.
Your Honor, the necessary context is that Carmen Lauber was agitated about her involvement in Eric Richins' death, and the detectives were trying to settle her down and focus her in on the details. The court can see the word details in this portion of the transcript appears a dozen or so times as Carmen Lauber is scattered. They're trying to just get her focused in on the details, and in the details, and explaining to her, right, because the broader context here is they're talking about her immunity, and they're explaining to her that details are necessary so that they can corroborate them, and that corroboration of those details is necessary for immunity. That is the context of the statement.
Ms. Lewis, go from there, please.
Sorry, just a moment.
Your Honor, if the state could add, that is the narrowly tailored context of the statement. The state, water under the bridge, but the state has argued the entire series of interviews provides that context as well.
That's been preserved.
It has. I appreciate that.
Well, I understand what they're saying. I don't disagree that all of that is necessary under the rule of completeness. So I would just stand by our objection that really what should come in is the complete statement on page 75 and 76. I will say, in looking at this though, I was already, when we were looking at it previously, just the highlighted, I really didn't have a problem with through line on page 82 through line 17 on page 82, because I actually do think some of that came in during cross. I'm not, probably like to take out the stuff between, well, no, that's okay, never mind. So I really don't have a problem with line 8, starting with line 8 on 75, through line 17. Although, you know, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this skips. I mean, we go from 76 to 82, so...
No, with the state's request, and I can appreciate why you just need a moment to walk through it, but sitting here this morning, the state's request under Rule 106 is to publish, among other portions, page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13
All right,
of this.
So you also want, which you didn't include, 77 through... That's where you've lost me.
So there's a gap in what we're looking at, pages 77 through 82.
Is there?
Yes. What they've provided that they wanted jumped from page 76 to 82.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Bloodworth. I'm reading your email of 8:05 p.m. 65, line 4 through 87, 13 inclusive?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. I think that the disconnect here is the pages we're looking at. or
Jump.
She's looking at jump, yes.
Oh, okay.
So now you want the pages you don't have here also.
I did not appreciate that. I've got to see the other pages.
So do I.
Yeah, my
Well,
apologies.
I think,
I'm redacted.
here's what we'll do. Page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13.
87? 13?
Minus pages 77 through 81.
Gotta look at
Okay. So now we're back to
We're
the
back.
proposed
This will take us here
5-58R.
just in a more efficient way.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Now I think we're all on the same page regarding the paper version of 5. I keep doing that. 8-58R that we're looking at. Thank you for raising that. So just so the record is clear, we're currently contemplating page 65, line 4 through 7625, and then 82.1 through 87.13.
I would agree with 76 starting at line 8 through the bottom. I'm sorry, 75 starting at line 8 through the bottom of 76. And I'm all right with page 82 through line 17, but we would object to the rest.
Okay, bear with me. All right, so the court is persuaded that the statements of Carmen Lauber elicited on cross-examination as indicated on proposed exhibit 8-58R on pages 75, line 19 through 22, 82, lines 8 through 11, and page 86, lines 17 through 19, require, under Rule 106, context, qualification, and explanation in the form of additional portions of 8-58R. And those additional portions are page 65, line 4, through page 76, line 25, and page 82, line 1, through page 87, 13. Any clarification, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right.
No.
So I think that handles bulleted or numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 in the email exchange between counsel, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That brings us to numbered paragraph number 3. Bear with me. So here, to provide additional context, qualification, and explanation for Ms. Lauber's statement that I get that related to the get out of jail free card, Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state is requesting publishing 114 line 6 through 115 line 6. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I think the discussion about what Ms. Richins is doing, about the children and the relationship with their father, all of that doesn't add any context to what Detective Maynard's statement is. I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to going through line 12 where she says, oh, I get that. But the rest of it it's also quite prejudicial.
Why is it prejudicial? I mean, it doesn't matter if it's prejudicial. I don't have any discretion here if it's required for.
I understand. But
So.
I mean, the fact that he says you're on what your get out of jail free card looks like based on the information that, and then he says there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad, there's a family that doesn't have a brother. I mean, what does her response about the boys and Eric have anything to do with the fact that she now has a get out of jail free card if she gives them her information?
I understand the state's position to be this shows what her motivation, the complete version of her motivation, rather than just a motivation to serve her own interests. Is that about right, Mr. Bloodworth?
That is, Your Honor. And Detective Maynard couples the two in his statement. It's get out of jail free card looks like, based on the information, that there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. He's coupled them.
And I'm sorry, can you finish?
Yeah.
I don't know why just going through line 12 where Ms. Lauber says, oh, I get that. Why doesn't that complete that she gets that that's why it is because of this reason? Why do we have to go into the rest of the relationship with Eric and the kids and that Kouri's living her life while everybody else is suffering? I don't understand how that completes anything more than just ending with Ms. Lauber's statement at line 12, that she understands that's why it is, because of the circumstances.
Mr. Bloodworth? Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, it completes Carmen Lauber's expression of her motivation to cooperate.
Okay. Having considered the arguments of counsel and looked at Carmen Lauber's statement on page 114, line 12, the court is persuaded that under Rule 106, publishing of page 114, line 6 through page 115, line 6 is necessary to explain, qualify, and provide context for her response. All right. That brings us to pages 182 and 183, correct, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, the statement that the state seeks to provide additional context, explanation, and qualification for is Ms. Lauber's statement on page 183, line 5. Can you guys just write it and I sign it? Correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the state's position is that under Rule 106, we're required to go back to 182, line 12, and include through 183, line 14. Do I have your position correctly?
You do, Your Honor, and that necessary context is that the detectives needed Carmen Lauber to put her verbal statements on paper and that detectives were not able to do it for her.
Actually, I'm fine with that. I think there was a typo in what we said in our response.
Okay. Very good. The court is.
lines.
Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Lewis. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying in terms of the lines we agreed to, I think that's just typed incorrectly. That's not a problem.
Okay. Under Rule 106, the state is permitted to publish page 182, line 12 through 183, line 14 from 8-58R. Anything else from 8-58R, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right. That brings us to 8-62R, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We go to page 12. Here, in response to a question from Detective Maynard, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drugs investigations, those aren't a priority. Ms. Lauber says right. And the state asserts that completeness requires that we also publish page 11, line 20 through page 13, line 22. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor. And the necessary context there is that Carmen Lauber is spooked by the federal grand jury investigation, and Detective Maynard is assuring her that that federal grand jury investigation is secondary to the murder investigation.
Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, I really think that if we start at page 11, line 20, and go through 12, line 20, that it states enough to cover all of that without getting into the grand jury, which is a whole other can of worms.
Why can't we go to 13, line 7? It gets a little confusing after that, I'll grant you, but 13, line 7, I think, is an important closure on that issue of the potential for federal charges.
I'd like to take out the reference to the grand jury. What if we,
Help me understand, what is it you think is a problem with the grand jury? This is what they're talking about, is federal charges.
well, they are, but it's clear in here that she's saying federal charges are the next, that's more up the chain serious, like the highest extreme. So it's already in here that they're already saying that federal charges are more serious, and he's telling her not to worry about that without getting into the grand jury, which causes me concerns. I mean, that's something we've avoided talking about. It speculates that it's going to allow the jury to speculate about what that means if there's other charges. I think most people don't know what a grand jury is. They may think there's another jury that's made some kind of finding. I mean, we maybe could go through line 7 if we just take out we could even just take out on 13, starting at line 2, just take out that's where it's formalizing it with the grand jury.
Let's talk about mechanics for a second, Mr. Bloodworth. I understand, or I appreciate that these are many fewer pages of transcript than was under contemplation yesterday. Are we just going to show the transcript to the jury at this point, or have we cut the video down?
Your Honor, we've set the conditions where we can cut the video down. There's still a little bit of editing time, but not much.
Sure.
The state intends to publish by, as we've published other similar exhibits, playing the video with the transcript rolling beneath it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me. Why, in the state's view, do we need to go beyond line 7 on page 13?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually okay if we go through line 10.
Okay. Line 10
That
on page
completes the
13.
thought.
That's agreeable, Your Honor.
All right. So, first, the court is persuaded that, with respect to state's proposed exhibit 8-62R, publishing page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 10, is necessary under Rule 106 to provide additional context for Ms. Lauber's response to Detective Maynard's question as depicted on page 12, lines 2 through 6. The court is not persuaded that a stray reference to Carmen Lauber appearing before a grand jury will mislead or confuse the jury in any way about any consequences or any investigation regarding Kouri Richins. The defendant's request for redaction of that sentence is respectfully denied. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, do you need any of those numbers again?
No, Your Honor. I was following along and I have them down, and I can provide a copy of the video as soon as I have them ready to defend, to have the process you like.
Perfect. I like that plan. Let me just write this one down. Mr. Bloodworth, that means the remainder of state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R is moot at the current time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Council, last evening I sent out notice of the court's decision denying defendant's motion for mistrial. I'll issue a written ruling providing the court's analysis in the due course, but I needed to make sure that you had notice of that decision. I also gave notice of the court's designing a remedy under Rule 16 of requiring the state to recall Ms. Lauber in its case in chief to make sure that defendant has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lauber about the alleged violation of her drug court probation in November 2023. I know only 12 hours have transpired since that time, Mr. Bloodworth, but what is the state's expectation?
Your Honor, she will be here at 1 o'clock.
All right. Are we starting with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
I imagine that nobody will be discussing with her what she's coming back to testify regarding between.
Well, I told her she was still subject to the subpoena, that she was not released. I'm sure all officers of the court will abide by the rules there. You'd be within your rights to ask her if she's talked to anybody in the meantime.
Sure.
I imagine the state will have some limited redirect of her upon putting her on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe we can clarify just scope
Sure.
of cross. I think the record's clear in the state's papers that defense has already had an opportunity to examine her on this issue. I appreciate the prophylactic nature of the court's ruling.
Right.
I'm happy to protect the record. But as I understand it, the scope of defense's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber today is limited to impeachment based on the materials surrounding her supervision.
Yeah, even I think more specifically, the material received by the defense pursuant to the subpoena that allegedly revealed this potential violation of her drug court probation in November of 2023. That's the new information.
Okay, and as I understand, that new information is an unsigned affidavit, although substantively that affidavit is no different than the information provided pre-trial.
Yeah, that was a little unclear from the papers as to whether the subpoena response gave more detail than what was provided pre-trial. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear. This will come out in the court's oral ruling.
Sure.
The court is not making any finding that the Summit County Attorney's Office intentionally withheld any information. But the knowledge of Detective Maynard is imputed to the state, and so we are where we are.
Your Honor, I appreciate all that. I think the only information in the subpoena return that was new was a printout of a link to a drug test result, the link which has long expired. So,
Was the unsigned declaration provided prior to trial?
Your Honor, it was not, but all the substance
I see.
in that unsigned declaration was provided prior to trial.
Well, to prevent any
Sure.
infirmity on appeal, my view is that the scope of this recross that the court is providing the defense an opportunity to do are the facts and circumstances related to any potential violation of Ms. Lauber's drug court terms and conditions in November of 2023.
Understand.
Ms. Lewis.
Just some clarification. Well, first, the only information we had before was that she apparently had drank alcohol. The information about the circumstances surrounding that is new. But the other thing, so I included in what the state sent us was the letter that Carmen Lauber sent to Judge Mabee, which I did have before, but I didn't question her about it. But now I would like to point out that what she says in that letter is not accurate.
What's the date of the letter?
February 15th of 2024, where she says that she's been in 100% full compliance. Well, now we know that she's not been in 100% full compliance, so.
I don't know if we know that. We know that she was observed holding an alcoholic drink. We don't know if she ever consumed it. And so, I mean, I suppose if you want to ask her if she violated her condition of not possessing or purchasing alcohol, you can ask her that. But
Your Honor, I'm not sure that's.
No, it says she was consuming it here.
well, that's an unsigned affidavit. We got to be careful. That's not evidence of anything. It's just words on a piece of paper. You can ask her about it, but we can't admit that. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the letter to Judge Mabee, I believe, has been in discovery for years.
No, and Ms. Lewis is not suggesting otherwise. It's just she's not suggesting now she has, in her view, evidence that the statements made by Ms. Lauber in the letter are not true. And so she now has a reason to ask her about that.
Understand.
And then we were provided also this, I guess it's a screenshot of text between Ms. Lauber and Detective Maynard that we just got also for the first time that I didn't have. So I would like to ask her again about her communications and her supervision.
As long as you're within the dates of those text messages. Unless they had those as well. I don't know.
I mean,
Your Honor, they don't, but she testified to exactly what the text messages show, so I don't know if there's any impeachment there.
And is that true?
She testified that, off of my memory,
Yeah.
she testified that her check-ins with Detective Maynard amounted to one of them texting Lauber, the other responding with Maynard, which is precisely what the texts show. So in fact, I think the text messages are 100% entirely consistent with Carmen Lauber's testimony.
Ms. Lewis, let me look at the text with you for a moment. My apologies.
that's fine. I would need to look at that portion of the testimony again, because maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I know she also testified about a lot of communications with Detective Maynard. I mean, I think it would be appropriate to ask her if these communications were in text, because the texts don't include that. And I don't know why we have just a screenshot of a week of text. I mean, this is incomplete.
Well, but Ms. Lauber's not going to know why that's what you received from the subpoena response. You can ask Detective Maynard about that if you want to call him.
About why we only have these dates. Is that what you're talking about?
Right. Ms. Lauber won't know why Detective Maynard or the Summit County Sheriff's Office did or didn't
right.
produce additional records.
I wasn't going to ask her that. I was talking about if this is a fair representation of all of her texts. I mean, I was...
All of her texts for Saturday, February 14 through Monday, February 16?
Well, I think I could ask her if this was a representation of her text throughout her supervision, if this is what they did.
There's no... What's the foundation for the fact that they only texted for 3 days in February of 2024?
No, what I'm saying is, I think I can ask her, show her this and say, are these 3 days a representation? Is this how you always communicated with him? Not just these 3 days. Does this represent how you always communicated with him?
I'll give you a limited latitude there.
Okay. And then,
I want to make sure you heard the word limited when I said that.
and then I need to look at exactly what she said about that before, but I may have some other questions regarding how they communicated other than these texts.
Okay. Take a look at it. Let me know if you want to readdress this prior to 1 p.m.
All right. Let me just make sure that's everything.
Now, to be clear, my view is that because we're in the state's case in chief and we're recalling one of the state's witnesses, Mr. Bloodworth, if you want on direct to direct examine Ms. Lauber regarding the November 2023 events, if any, you're permitted to do so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I think that's it.
Okay. Let me pause there. Anything else on the record at this time, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Am I correct that the state's intention, as we sit here at the moment, is to call Ms. Lauber and Detective O'Driscoll today?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any intention, as you sit here at the moment, to call any other witnesses in the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay. Understanding we may or may not get Detective O'Driscoll done today, but certainly will sometime tomorrow. Does the defense, if it plans to put on witnesses, that's your prerogative to choose whether or not to do so, have a couple or more in the wings for tomorrow?
We do.
Okay, very good. Anything else on the record right now, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
We'll definitely want to need to take a break after they rest to do our Rule 17 motion.
Fine.
And we also, while we're talking about scheduling, we've got plenty of time here. We would like to build in a little bit of time to have a conversation with our client upon their arresting. There are some decisions the client will need to make. And we may need about 30 minutes to do that.
No problem. No problem. Okay. Anything else on the record at this time, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right, folks, we will be in recess. Why don't we plan council to be back at 12:45, just to make sure we handle any issues that may come up between now and 1 p.m. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise.
Court's in recess, folks. Thank you.
Surprise, motherfricker. Well, we're going to fast forward here on our side, but it is not 12:45, so therefore we'll see where we get to. Man. No shot. That was 2 hours. We are still in recess. Oh, wait, there's his head, though. There's his head. So I guess we could take that for what it is. All right, well, we're live. You guys saw we were right here. We were right here, and we fast forwarded all the way down here. So they're in the courtroom. Obviously, I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to take. I know that I got to see what time it is in Utah, to be honest with you. Let's see. Well, I see bobbing. This is where we are, man. This is where we are in life. Just taking our sweet time. What are you guys up to today, man? What we got going on? I just don't understand why there's so much dismissal. So they're an hour ahead, so it's 12:48. So that's good. That's really good, actually. That means that we're going to be there faster. Obviously, once I see his head bobbing, I know he's coming. We know something's about to happen once he sits down. How are you feeling today, Colby? I'm feeling better. Feeling a lot better. I have a lot of ups and downs with this whole meningitis thing, so it's very, I don't know, it's very weird. Very weird, but thank you for asking. I appreciate that. All right, well, looks like we're about to come back on. We'll come back in just a minute. I'm going to go fill up my water, and hopefully we are back on in just a moment. So hold on to your butts.
139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Greg, do we have all 12? We're missing 2. All right. As soon as we have the final 2 jurors, we can get started. Very good. Bless you. We're ready for him. Just have him get ready.
Oh, Alex. Yeah, he did send it to me, but I thought I forwarded it to Kathy. No, did you agree to this? This was part of Alex.
I never did anything to do with this.
This was what I working to murder. Sent to you. They would have been on the same email.
Okay.
Tells I responded to this. Saying that I responded to this.
Yes.
Correspondence. This correspondence.
Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good. Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please. have a seat. When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close. It's probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank
Right
you.
there.
I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay, so nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023 when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes, when you were released
Okay,
from Wasatch County Jail and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Income honor, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes.
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
Correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and
Yes.
everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She
There's
will in
nothing
just a
there
moment.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now it's there.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes, I said that.
Okay.
Sorry. But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one
sorry,
you're talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
So you violated that condition.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
My-
So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness Exhibit Defense Exhibit 3010. And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct? Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay.
think-
It was
I don't think-
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall telling him I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit for
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think
Um,
hearsay,
Hearsay, yes.
sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is.
Can't read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it, but the line that is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Okay, so if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, it was, yeah,
All right.
he said that, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early.
So,
If I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
so you don't admit that you violated your curfew?
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew?
Yes, but I
Okay.
said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking?
No.
No. Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee. Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lover?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not.
Are we admitting it for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Justine, if you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
Okay. So you were writing to ask for permission to go. Oh, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me. So I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes and no.
It
For
was
the most
not.
part,
It wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment. Your Honor, that's all we have.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
it's in evidence. Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
But she may leave now. Yes.
So, Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''D''Riscoll.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the Sheriff's Office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper. and various other administrative duties.
When did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were three likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? And while that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing, but in our world what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the Doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's moving to admit it.
So move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please. What's the headline here, Detective?
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription-controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
Scott, 2-119D, please. Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent.
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please? Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production, they produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115? Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up. In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach. Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please? In the caption to the photograph, please. No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
Do you want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it.
Okay.
Now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March 21st, 2023?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Detective, is Lisa Darden Kouri Darden's mother?
Yes, she is.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection to 401, 403, and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. State's 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to State's Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to
Oh, my
go through
apologies.
141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Surprise, motherfricker. I'm going to read these for you. I've been reading them. I thought, why wouldn't I just read them right now? I had to add them to this picture in the beginning. Here we go. Good luck, little sis. You have nothing to worry about. Stay calm. Oh, boy. Thank you. You can log on and watch if you want. 2 o'clock.
Scott, 2-113, please.
Here we go. Oh, the hookah of everything. Hold on, if I want to read like Chris Hemsworth, I'd have to read it differently. I can't read it like Chris Hemsworth. I don't know how to do that. Australian. Ragnarok. Thor. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
She got a such
Objection 4143 and hearsay, we don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled.
Overrule that.
2-113 is admitted.
What's the name of the book? Where are you? Mom. I couldn't see it. No. It's not on Amazon yet. Okay. I will let you know. Haha, no title is Are You With Me? No one's with you. Haha, I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, me either. Blank and redacted. Where is ya? Oh, we got thugs out here. Where is ya? Working in the office. Office.
Scott, 2-114, please.
Working in the office. It's brilliant, mate. Brilliant.
Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Is that Corey's mom? It kind of looks like Corey's mom. Is that who that was? I don't understand how people can write books from jail like this and have their words published. Like, why would Amazon allow that? I'm just saying.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay, we don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Damn.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies.
He's a nice
Defendant's
guy. Man.
objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
I gotta fix the camera right here. It's going a little blurry on me. Track me. All right, here we go. Yay, yay. Yep, I think Carter Kouri sounds better. Carter Kouri. How much did you make per book? Haha, it sounds way better. Oh my gee, they would die. It'd be so funny. What? Yes, it would. So on Amazon, I make about $5.35 per book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through. I'll make $10 a book. I wonder if her book even sold. Nice. This is dry conversations. Yeah, and the next 30 days are extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. Yeah, you're not about money, though. That's all about money.
Your
This
Honor,
whole
may we
thing is about money.
approach on a legal issue?
Of course.
100,000 copies at $10. 10 times 100,000. And what does that equal? It's very clear. Man, I don't care if if I have a book out, I would not expect anybody to buy multiple copies for me. You know, if you want to read a book, you know, it's all love and support, but you don't have to buy like 100+ copies. If she did that, that's wild. Yeah, do you see how she's no longer, there was a sadness almost that I detected on her? It's gone. More than anything, she looks pissed. But I don't know. Hold on. I know I'm right on my math here. I know I'm right. I know what I'm doing here. Yeah, that's what I thought. So she thought she'd make $1 million off her books. Because that's exact numbers. She wants it at $10 a book. Wants to sell 100,000 copies. That's $1 million. No, Julia, that's fine. I'm talking like 100 or 500 to juice numbers. That's crazy. Like if you go out and buy hundreds of copies of someone's book, that's sweet. It's very, very sweet. But it's also, that's a lot. That's all I'm saying. I hope you guys don't think I'm trying to be disrespectful. I mean, I'm talking about if you go out and try to juice numbers by buying copies. I know when I told you guys about that Christian cult that I was in for that very short amount of time, the lady had written a book and then was reviewing her book herself under fake names. And that was one of the biggest red flags of all time. To see you reading your own, there's like a 7-day calendar that she did that she said was like some kind of, what's it called? Like devotion or something. And she's like writing, I felt the Holy Spirit so strong when I did this. I'm like, it's you. You can't fake that. Like, that's crazy. You're marketing yourself by using bot accounts. That's insane. I don't know how people have fake accounts, bro. Like, I've never had a fake account. It's just crazy. Go on my own book review. This is the greatest book that's ever been written. This changed my life. It's freaking me sitting there with a fake name. Loser. Freaking nerd. Puffing your own chest out. This book changed my life.
Folks, a short restroom break, please. Please rise for the jury.
Be going to the restroom all day, 10 times a day. What's up, Brandon? How you been, man? Oh my gosh. Just bathroom breaks all day, everybody hanging around. You know that Beetlejuice meme where he goes, what are you doing?
Have a seat, folks.
He goes, hanging around. That's what this whole thing is.
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation.
That's
Okay.
fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
2:10? Oh, wait. It's 2 o'clock there right now. I was about to have a fit. I forgot that they're an hour ahead. So that's in like a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about this trial. I have yet I'm just irritated. This is not going to end in 5 weeks. Not at this pace. I know they're resting today, right? That's the plan. I just feel like, I don't know, man. Frickin'. Yeah, man. One thing I'll tell you is when we went to trial for Lori's both times, it was so emotionally exhausting, but also literally just exhausting to be there in general too. And I remember me when Ray was there, we were going down. I think we had 2 monsters apiece, 2 white monsters. Ryan Snapple, by the way, went and got me a monster. That was very kind of you, and brought it up to the courtroom and handed it to me on the way in. So I popped that thing too. That was very sweet, because honestly, when you're sitting there in court, you are tired, you are bored. It's just, I'll be honest with you, if there's nothing like going on, or there's not something going back and forth, it is quiet. It's straight up Sunday church in there. Nobody's talking. Well, I mean, depending on where you go to church. I grew up LDS, and it's very quiet in the LDS church. So you're doing nothing, and it's warm, and it's just hard to sit still like that for hours. It really is. But yeah, it's just boring in general. So you got to pop a drink. Oh, I miss being able to pop my drinks like that. I've been very careful with that. I've been very careful, man. I'll be honest with you guys, like, just from a health perspective, just be really careful with caffeine. Be careful with stuff you put in your body. It can affect you. Just a word of advice from your boy. From your boy. By the way, I have to tell you guys something that's so diabolical. I forgot to tell you this. I just told this to Kelsey because I forgot about it. I'm at the hospital the other day, and I'm talking to the infectious disease doctor, and he and I are going back and forth, and I'm kind of I waited for him for a long time. He was the last person I had to see before I was able to leave the hospital. And so we start having a back and forth. I'm asking him tons of questions, because they're like telling me, look, we don't really like know exactly what's happening in your head. We don't really have an answer for you on why you're having, stroke-like symptoms, or why your body's numb on that side. And so I'm telling him everything about my history. I'm telling him, like, everything I eat, everything I do, just in case something I'm doing is causing issues. And he's talking to me, and he goes, well, you're going to have to take your medication probably for your whole life. That's probably what's going to be. Because if it's in your lungs, if you have the cocci in your lungs, at some point you can stop taking it, because, if it comes back, we can deal with it. But if it's in your head, it's too dangerous. So you're going to have to take your medication probably for the rest of your life. And then maybe in like 3 or 4 years, you can taper it down, because right now I'm taking a really high dose, right? And so I'm like really upset at that time. And then he goes, yeah, because you have to take it, because if you don't, you're going to stroke out. And I kid you not, he goes like this, yeah, you're going to stroke out. And he goes, I went, what the hell, man? That's not funny. Like, I have never seen a doctor ever do that. In my entire life, have I seen a doctor just straight up troll a stroke. I'm like, it's not funny, bro. That was not a joke. I'm still traumatized from that. But dude just straight up did that. Straight up just put the hand. I was like, damn, dude. What kind of crap was that? I've never seen a doctor do that. So I know it's the most random thing in the world, but I was thinking about that this morning. I'm like, I have never seen a doctor do that in my entire life. I'll tell you that. Dude was diabolical with that. That's just disrespectful. It's not funny. It's scary. You lose damn, like, but for him to be the doctor and use it in context like that, and then freaking do the face and the arm was just crazy. Oh man, that was just nuts. I've never seen a doctor do that. So whatever your name is, chill. Because I know a lot of people over at the hospital now. And the worst part was I was there during Lori's sentencing or whatever. And so people started to know who I was. I didn't say anything, by the way. I'm not going to tell people. And they came up to me and started talking to me. And so I know a lot of the people over there. but I've never seen that infectious disease doctor. But if you're watching, because I know we have 2 of the nurses told me they were watching the channel, which I think is awesome. Makes our community better. But yeah, I know. I know. It's not funny, but like when I'm just telling you, when I was like, the level of shock that I had while I'm talking about that was insane. I just was like, I think it's one of those things where it's like, it's so ridiculous that happened that it made me laugh. I guess I have a bad sense of humor sometimes when it comes to stuff like that. Cause I was like, I was like, do I be offended or do I just kind of take that for what it is? I don't know. I don't know what you do with that. Oh, here he is. Yeah, that might have been a lapse in judgment. That might have been a lapse in judgment. Yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie, I had great nurses. They were all amazing. I appreciate everybody who took good care of me while I was there. Because that first time I went last year, I was there, and I literally came back 2 days later. And they're like, what the hell? What are you doing back? I'm like, yeah, I almost had another one. I was like this close to having a all-out full one, so. Right? Someone standing in front of the projector. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's just, this is a lot of breaks. Tell me, I think we have spent and let's be honest, just as much time off record, taking breaks, as we have been on record. Tell me I'm wrong. What's been up with you guys, man? By the way, I have a skit for you coming that I've worked hard on because it took me a long time to figure out how to film it the way I wanted to. So I have a skit coming for you. And it's going to be funny. I'll just tell you, it is a courtroom skit that I think you'll enjoy, where I play a lot of different parts. It's just hard to put that together. And secondly, I'm going to try to attempt to do a live on Alpha Made at the gym and see how that goes with you guys. So if you guys are interested in working out, you can subscribe to the Alpha Made channel, and I'm planning on doing a live stream and seeing how that goes, because maybe if it's just in a certain area, I can really stream the way I want to in the gym. And then lastly, all the Patreons and the members, we're going to start having some videos. I'll let you guys know on Patreon and for the members. We were doing them weekly. We're going to go back to doing them weekly. And members, if you are a chief or a mother frickin' one, you have access to the Discord, and the Discord has watch parties, and we need to get on top of all that. So I'll give you guys a schedule in the appropriate places, but I just wanted you guys to know they're not here. I had a lot of people who said that they were chiefs or mother frickin' ones and didn't even know that there was a Discord. So if you don't know, now you know. Because Discord, if you guys don't know, is one of the only places where I can do watch parties with certain things, because as you know, YouTube can be very, sensitive to content. And I understand, but sometimes it's really frustrating because we'll be in the middle of a stream and it'll shut down. So, but yeah, just so you guys are all aware. And I have my merch coming. It's been a long time coming for me. I don't know why. It's probably because I had to order it as the the creator, and so it just takes longer for my stuff to come. But I have my tank top coming. I can't wait to show you guys. And I have my, yes, it's even more sensitive, by the way. Tess is right. YouTube has gotten 10 times more sensitive. And I got a Scar Warriors phone case coming, so I cannot wait for that. Been waiting for that for a while. So I'm excited, man. Now, I'm going to answer a CrimeCon question because I keep getting DM'd. I keep getting asked about CrimeCon. I have not been invited or asked to come back to CrimeCon as a speaker. I am working on something right now in the background that could possibly lead to me going. The problem is, since that's not completed or done, then I just can't guarantee you that I'm going to be there. I would love to, but as of right now, I just don't know. And I hate that because I was planning last year once we went to Denver that when everybody asked me, are you going next year? I could say, yeah, for sure. And we could all do something really fun. And this year's in Vegas, but listen.
231
You know,
500
Judge, I'm talking about the strawberry daiquiris,
Is there
Judge.
anything before we invite the jury back in?
Damn.
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Anyway, getting strawberry daiquiris if I'm in Vegas. Emmy already knows we're going to get the freaking goat cheese balls, whatever those are. And we already know what it is. Colby Con. Dude, I would do it. We could do it right now. I told you guys we go to the beach. You guys don't want to get on a cruise ship, even though I think that'd be the best. We all go on the cruise. Everybody's having fun. We'll get Nate out there. We'll get Ray out there. I already told Ray that the gal said he can't wear a shirt, so Ray's going to be walking around shirtless. Not for me, not my cup of tea. I love Ray, but it's for you, not for me. So, Cleveland, this is for you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Not me.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bonsavage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bonsavage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bonsavage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bonsavage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
I'm sorry, a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please? Sir, is that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about that, how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So, as I said before, my partner Detective Maynard had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation, upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal, in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes. There was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said Kouri Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading. Object.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Jack to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need, and it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023, and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was. Yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses, and then we would go back. We would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Jack, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
Danielle, yes.
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
No, it's not.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Go back to your seat.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Jack to leading.
Who said that?
Overruled.
You have hot mics.
You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So, as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight, but that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it? What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for online?
It's looking real bad for Kouri. And that's good. I mean, if she's guilty, which it very, very, very much looks like she is, she can have an attitude all day. Her defense can fight all day. It just doesn't look good.
8-58R, as ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
8-58DR.
That's because he didn't deserve it. Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm getting at.
No, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurting, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
Totally
But I
agree.
don't know that for sure because I don't know their personal situation.
Totally agreed.
I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're going to need you to really settle down and maybe even take a pad and paper
even if I get
and
out
try to write out
tomorrow,
some
whatever,
details.
we meet again, I can go through
Well, we're going to
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know
I
what I'm
can
saying?
do that.
These details that you're giving us are kind of hazy.
That's because
And
it's to me.
and it's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, was the reason we're here. This is a
Like, I don't know if I
this
should
is a
reach out to
homicide
Susan
investigation.
Kohler and say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those pills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying we're going to need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with Kouri. That the details about everything we've been talking about are going to be important.
Right.
It's a homicide investigation.
Oh, God, that's not good.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Yeah.
Not just you to think about. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So right now we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratched out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now, and then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember.
And my favorite now, everything I just told you, I probably wouldn't remember what order I just told you in.
It's okay. And that's fine, because you know what? We want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is, is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why I'm like,
remember.
I can't remember
Even if it's like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was
Like I said,
snow on
I
the ground.
remember there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March?
or April.
Is it March 15th?
Something like that.
So,
It was dark, because I had to, because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use Google
so what
Maps, I wanna
time of
say.
the day was it? I mean, if it was dark,
It was toward the
5:30.
evening.
So, afternoonish evening?
No. It was dark because I had to use the light on the car.
To see the fire pit or?
Mm-hmm. So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's say this is the house. And if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway in a slant, and there was just it wasn't a big fire pit, like it was a tiny fire pit. It wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but the white flat rocks that people build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't big. It wasn't a big, deep one.
The shallow one.
Real, yeah. Like, I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose? Did it have a rubber band around it? Was it in a bag? Envelope? Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against, like in the fire pit against. Like that, so.
So I have a question, thinking about all your communications with Kouri.
Aaron, can we pause it for just one moment?
Sure. We can't pause it.
Ms. Lewis, if you'd approach.
All we do is approach. All we do is sidebars. Come on, man. The hook of everything. Yeah, man, I've been putting on the blue lights more often because I've been staring at the screen. My screen time right now, bro, is crazy. My screen time's like 11 to 12 hours a day just because my phone's on while we're doing our streams. So my screen time is just crazy. I want to get my steps in. I gotta get better about that.
Scott, please proceed.
On the phone, maybe in the cloud, maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like,
You guys have all my phones, don't you?
like did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told.
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know,
you
look
can see
at
on your
things.
phone.
I mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it. I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you. But we're getting down to that area. We're going to need to be more open and honest with each other because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, is now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with Kay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and it's going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking for your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your 2 firsts. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case, Norman. I'm not
that
trying
is
to...
way more of my...
I know, and listen,
Don't freak out, okay? Because this is a long process.
And this is a good thing, and this
We're
is
here to
good
help
news
you.
for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because,
It's nothing funny about
well,
it.
this second part is, it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were going to test, looking at your text messages, you and Bon Savage.
Which is no
And that's fucking awesome. I want to know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying?
I'm catching what you're throwing, believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more
I'm
screwing
going
around.
to do whatever because I have struggled so hard to get me where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind.
Well, that's the only way you get
My
people out
past.
of your life.
Like, I don't want no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court. My
Mr.
shit's
Las
packed.
Vegas, Troy.
Don't call him. Yeah, I told him you call him that. He laughed. I said, you know, you're known as Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen. You need to
like, even my daughter's
get
on
out of
board.
here and start over.
And he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone that came in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave Heidi's house. I want talk to nobody in my life. I don't.
We have some hurdles here.
And that's why I said I no longer want to work for the Kouris. Doreen, sorry. Doreen Kouri. I don't want. I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Right.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about can you get what MJ had, and it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't. Like, I just remember, I don't even know if it was, because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was the Michael Jackson, and like I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you.
I want to say maybe she did say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it first to Michael Jackson, and that I know because
And so tell me how that would have been said. Because I didn't know Michael Jackson died of.
I didn't know he did either. Like I said,
I knew it was a drug overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
I just looked it up.
Look it up because I'm curious too. But
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was a couple of, there was several transactions.
There was one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted, it's so confusing, but okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen, but
it's
I
so
just want you,
far,
I want you to know that if you're going to work with us here, in
It
order
would
for you
be
to
so
be
easy if you
credible,
had like pieces that we can, like blueprint.
Here's the biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big piece.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps you out
And
tremendously.
that's what, like I said,
you hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric. He
at
was
this
a
point.
damn good dude and he didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally, he did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on this information. But there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother. You know,
Oh, and I get
don't know
that.
where Corey's at with the deal, but
But like you guys said, she's living her life right now and that's everybody else is fucking suffering. Like them
that's
little
what it
boys
appears.
love their daddy.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was their, that was his pride possession, them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time, or he worked so much, but you know what? At the end of the day, when he come in, them boys were there. And yet he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it, and McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or two.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
But can we get it cleared up this week?
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you and your cell, because then everybody's going to be like, what's that?
Yeah, can you guys just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no. That doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay.
Damn.
Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor at the drug court?
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation, and he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please?
What we got going on with Delta Romeo?
Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12th, 2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is serious shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like to the highest extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing. You've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page with the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right.
That shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Right. I was just all thinking, though, that made it.
Well, that's why I had to clear this up, because I'm not going to, give you an empty promise that
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not going to say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized with the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not going to charge you.
With nothing?
No.
Okay.
It's crazy, bro.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023, pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
That same day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-66, please.
Oh, damn. It's coming, bro. It's like giving
You
birth.
just scroll through that real
Nice and
quick.
slow, and then boom. They found her notebook. If she wrote anything down.
Your Honor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment?
I just want it denied. No. Move on. It's 1:58. For them, they're an hour ahead. So it's already 3 o'clock there. Almost. Which means court's almost over.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This guy's got a clean beard and clean hair.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
No Driscoll.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been ruled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Denied.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted.
Blocked at the rim by
And
James.
Published.
Oh, blocked by James. Oh my gosh, I'm reading this. The day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a disappointment that morning. They could get the filling put in for his cavity after the dentist. We headed back home so Ashton could stay home with the Weston and Bailey while I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. That afternoon, leaving, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and into the night like any other night around 8:30. I read the kids' books, and at 9 o'clock they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening and texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. Around 9 o'clock, 9:15, he was screaming mad at all these guys through his phone, and at that point he said, "Let's go have a celebration drink." The following day I was closing on a huge investment in my home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. We went to the kitchen and both started grabbing the ingredients for a Moscow Mule and lemon drop shot. Very specific. Weird that you would write this down. He was going on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We finished talking and made our way back to our room, brushed our teeth. As we both climbed into bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I would go to sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, and I said I love you and good night, and I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring, and finally I fell asleep. This is so detailed. I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird that I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold, so I pulled the blanket off of him and his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy is the only word I can think of to describe it. So I nudged him and said, "Eric, Eric," nothing. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped over the bed, ran to turn the lights on, and he was pale/yellow, mouth open, and an urge came over me that this was something. I can't read it. That this was something. I can't read that word. It's behind the court TV thing. This is nothing good. So I grabbed my phone, called 911. I ran to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't panic. He didn't. Panic suck in, and I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want to, basically falling onto the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR compressions until the EMT arrived. They immediately took over, getting out of the defibrillator and started compressions. The worst part of it all is that when we were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. It's like on replay in my head, and I want it to go away. I began screaming at the EMTs, but they weren't doing it right, that he shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. Fucking weird to say that. I screamed and just sat there on the corner of the room, my dresser, looking back and forth, rocking back and forth, hoping, praying this was a dream, fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back into the night before where we were laughing and kissing and saying goodnight. Yeah, you're also cheating on him. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly upset and couldn't function. He took me out of the living room and sat me down. I paced back and forth, and the blank can't see it until the officer came and asked something. There was someone I would like to call. I called my mom back to back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying. Still, I hung up and still paced back and forth until I was finally just dropped to my knees praying that this wasn't happening. At this point, the head EMT walked in and told me he didn't make it. We did all we could do. I lost it. I immediately ran to my bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids had woken up, and I quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulance and the cop cars. For what seemed like hours at this point, I could feel the fear through the walls, but I didn't have the courage to dare see them or tell them at this point. I was curled up in the toilet when my mom walked in and the EMT lady. I could tell that she had no words. She just rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. She just started to say what happened, but I had no answer for her. I have no idea. Shut up. This is how you pretend. I don't believe this at all. I'm just being 100% honest. There's something about this is so off. It's so detailed. Every little account part of it. I love you, good night. I went to sleep with Ashton, and that was it. It didn't make any sense. I told them EMTs I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something is wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about this, when I called Gene, is it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. By this time, he sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost if he was expecting my call. It was very strange. How was that strange? He was awake when you called and he's nice. Is that strange to you? Joanna. Okay, March 7th, picked up truck. March 12th, Cody cleared the garage. March 14th, Cody took computers. March 4th, Eric passes away. March 5th, friends Bryce, Chelsea, Allie K, Bree, Ronnie, Amy, sleepover, have a few drinks, and reminisce. We laughed, we cried, we danced all night. Earlier in the afternoon, Katie mentioned a green folder and asked if I knew what it was and mentioned, don't write in pencil. I didn't know what she was talking about. She quickly changed the subject and we could figure this out. March 6th, I called a locksmith, opened safe, looked for the green folder Katie was talking about. The code... Safe code had been changed so I couldn't open it. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Ronnie slept over. Amy tried to stop me from opening it. Redacted, and 2 cops were called. March 8th, met at funeral home, signed with blah. March 11th, funeral. March 22nd, Kouri starts counseling. Are you talking about yourself in third person? March 26th, boys started counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to talk about the 12th or 13th. Sky told me to tell her the 14th. April 13th, search warrant on the house. March 28th, filed first complaint against the trust for the house. May 3rd, filed for partial summary judgment and CDE. January 10th, Woody calls Chelsea for an interview. January 12th, Chelsea goes for an interview, is lied to that she was the last person I talked to. What? Chelsea checks phone records. We never spoke that night. January 13th, Jim drives red truck for oil change. Cody finds out and goes to get it. July 17th, 2022, find out about the private investigator. He was outside my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy is driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 22nd, Katie files a motion to bring the boys in on case. November 30th, first court hearing. Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. Judge reschedules court for March 2nd and determine if kids need to be involved and if the PI was a TA following subpoena and give us all his info. November 7th, Amy is served subpoena January 3rd. Mike Malrose gets interviewed. Damn.
Detective O'Driscoll did, detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please.
Weird that she was keeping all that time in that same
depiction
notebook that
of
she
the
wrote that
document
note
recovered
about.
from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
Clear your damn throat. Have some respect. Yeah, that was so purposeful. Eric Holmes, 6 to 6:30, fighting with Mexican. What? Drink in bed. Brush his teeth. Fighting with Mexican? Who says that? Moscow Mules, lemon water vodka. January to March 21st, gone. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Kids bed around 9. Drink around 9 p.m. In bed around 9 to 9:45. Laid down, instant heard. Ashton wants to come back at 3. Mom came. The drink, the freaking drink. I'm freaking telling you that drink. She did it through the drink. I don't know how they haven't proved this yet. It's the drink. Damn, it's the drink.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17.
This, her writing all this down was to cover her ass. I promise you. By the way, I'm Chihuahuan Mexican, and I still, with my little percentage, and my family mostly on my dad's side being Spanish, man, I would not call, argue with Mexican is crazy. That is crazy to say. And write that in a note. I'm just being honest with you. That is freaking nuts. And yes, this is her personal diary. And that's the point, though. The log of what she's saying was like, if they find her journal, she journaled it. It's just weird. It's just weird. I'm telling you right now, it's just weird. She knew she might have to go to court.
Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
Your Honor, can we have just one moment, please?
No. Say no. Shut her down quicker than a hurry.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
That diary wrote, though, Emmy, was specifically written for court as a record. That was weird. That whole thing was weird. Her writing about how her trauma, I'm not saying that's weird to diary. I'm telling you, bro, it was just weird. Something about that was not right. You can just feel it. You don't really know how to explain it. It's just not, that was not a natural traumatized person. That was
That's
like
okay, Your
someone
Honor.
covering
No
it.
objection at this time.
State moves to admit and publish 2-17D.
2-17D is admitted.
All right, here we go. There's a guy down here that is gonna buy a sheep tag from Todd next year. He tried to get the tag from me today and said I was crazy for not shooting this ram we saw. He wasn't even that big. Who is this? How much money you got, bro? I'll sell for 15K. Hey, while you're sitting there doing nothing, need your opinions. I know that this might change with what Jeff said, but for now, I put together the analysis for Matt, which is what I'm going to do now because he's an investigator that is thinking he will come in at the full 2.9. I need an estimated cost of the following work: exterior work, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, flooring, painting, sheetrock, pool, MIC equipment, tile, cabinets, appliances, light fixtures, finished work, landscaping. Adds up to $4 million. He knows that these are guesses but wants a breakdown. Am I missing the context here? I have no idea. I would be off just trying to guess. Say 6 million. Send a empty file. Oh, it's a GIF. Whatever the hell people say. It's bedtime. Why are you still up? My princess. Who the hell is talking right now? What did I miss? I need to have this done tonight. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. Is this Eric and Kouri? Well, I think it will come out to about 6 million. I said 6 million. What'd I say? Haha. Never minded. Never mind. Oh boy. To fix all the rotted plywood and everything is 125K. Exterior work 650,000K. HVAC 200K. Plumbing 200K. Electrical 200K. No, what the hell kind of electrical are you running in that biatch? Flooring 250K. Painting 150K. Damn. There's no shot. That's way too much money. No way. Thank you, kind sir. That's what I needed. No way. That's a lot of money. Go to bed. Love you. Who is green? Is Eric green or she green? Love you, good night. Either way, no she doesn't. You a damn lie. You a snake in the grass quicker than a hurry. Love you. You don't know what love is. Add 250K in the driveway and landscape. Kind of freaking... Not so bad. That's 4,450,000. Still not bad at 0.75. Sell for 14 million to be safe. Yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember, we still don't have. Damn it. Yeah, but I'm still low on a bunch of things. Remember how we don't have the time to do this project. It's a lot of money. It came out to 4 million. You're selling for 14. Bunch of con artists. That's fine. He said he knows, I guess, for now. No, we're not doing it, but Matt, damn it. Stop sending JPEG files that are empty. Waste of my damn time. I don't know what that was.
Scott 2-37D, please.
That's so much money for electrical. Oh, that's a lot of money. Just a lot of money for a house. That's all I'm going to say. I've done some construction in my day. I'm not saying I did all the estimates and stuff, but damn.
Detective,
some of
is
those
this an
numbers.
accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message?
Oh, thank you. It's good to see you
between
too.
Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good.
2-37D is admitted.
Even if you did object, we don't give a frick. Blocked by James. You want to grab lunch today and celebrate in a celebratory shot? I thought he stopped drinking, so I'm just confused with the drinking part. That's all I'm going to say. That's the only thing I've been confused with. I can't celebratory shot tonight. I got to do all the final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow. And then I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her because 1 to 2 because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. Yeah, you damn lie. You're going to see your freaking mistress, boy. You damn lie. Okay, love you. No, don't love her. Love you, yeah. Stupid shit. You're a lie. You don't love anybody.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott 2-71R, please.
Just so easy for you to lie about who you're going to go see. That's so sad. That just breaks my freaking heart. That seriously breaks my heart, bro. You're literally going to see your cheating boyfriend, you promise that you go do something. And it's like you're not even thinking that because it's just not something you do.
Is this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
I can't believe it's just that easy to slide like that, bro. Did Eric ever talk about suicide? No, suicide specifically. He always said things like, if anything ever happened to me, you guys would be set for life. Like he would go hunting or snowmobiling, that kind of thing. That's not the same thing. People who have never ever brought it up one time rarely ever would take their life without any kind of prerequisite. It's very
Scott,
unlikely.
can I get 2-72R?
Very unlikely that somebody would take their life and never had brought it up. That's all I'm going to say.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry, May 31st.
But yes, between Miss Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
He does kind of look like Jason Kelsey.
No objection.
5-72R is admitted.
Okay, cool, Hayden. Who's that guy who
5 or
works
2,
with
I'm
us?
sorry.
Sorry, 2.
Yes.
2.
That's weird about what I hardly know him. I helped him with a business license.
2-72R.
Guys, let me finish reading, court. Objection. Another one waiting there 15 minutes of fame. Oh God, ha. Durden Lisa. Lisa Durden. Lisa Darden. Mother. Oh, it's her mom. Yes. Well, there's no context to that. What was the point of that?
Detective, I'd like to turn now to some
Love you, Mary. Thank you.
phone calls. Scott, can I get 2-76 and 2-76T?
I'll be right back, guys.
One second, detective. The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript is does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that are not Kouri Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No.
Yeah, exactly.
In the office?
Yes.
When
So
did
it's
they
just
come up with
bullshit.
this shit?
Yeah. He became deathly ill. False.
Bailey was there. Like,
And that's what I put. Yep. That's what I put.
God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest fucking story
Well, you know,
that makes sense to them?
Same
Yeah.
with the-
So they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell?
Yes.
God, look at this psycho. Here's a poisoned sandwich I gave for you, and here's a love note. On Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck?
Huh?
Huh?
On the seat of his truck is what it said.
What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're going to feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your beliefs.
Right.
You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, those Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this.
But there
They're
again, when you
still
have
through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor.
So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note.
Oh my gosh, what the hell?
And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. It is so fucking sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me.
Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, you believe that I believe this.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous.
So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions answered. I believe. I'll show you I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins' half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Erica sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison?
Oh my God, I know. It's like, no, the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, Exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
I'm having trouble reading it, I'm sorry. 86R.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
All right. Do you remember the question, Detective O'Driscoll?
I can ask it again.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay. 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Page 1. Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag, and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion.
Oh, gosh.
Reword this however he needs to make the point. Just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck, and Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this.
Why is it
Bring
LOL?
me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end, let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there, we're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Hey, Kouri. Shut the
Detective,
fuck up.
does Sky in that
LOL.
letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions.
Exactly. Thank you. The defense can, the state can rest. It can't be more clear than this, bro.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it, while it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit
Let's hear you
286 for
defend
the
this.
record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Let's see what you can do with
Thank
this.
you so much. All right, so This letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say.
Who calls
that-
themselves them?
To
By
remind
third person.
Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay, so it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next
Okay.
week.
All right, so there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
Where's Ronnie? Did Ronnie
Go ahead,
testify? I don't
Objection,
remember.
Your Honor, foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular. All right.
She gets on
A
my
year
nerves.
prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right?
She's trying to get her brother to say that Eric was a drug addict and took fentanyl and hid it in his car, and she didn't buy it from
And just by the
Homegirl.
way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right?
Hearsay.
About his trips to Mexico.
hearsay.
Your Honor, there's no question.
Exactly. Thank you.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Hold on, any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure, one more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Thank you.
Okay.
Exactly.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
He didn't have to be
I was
interviewed.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie?
Hearsay. We don't know
Now,
if
that
happened.
story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
Does THC count on a plane? Are you
Thank
allowed to
you,
bring
Aaron.
THC on a plane
Is that
if you have a
right?
card?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I don't know.
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Exactly. Thank you.
This
guy's
says
on
Eric Wood as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms.
Exactly.
Staking testify to.
The Hawaii
Did you
trip.
ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
No.
Or what had happened before.
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
THC?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically,
It
no.
was to Hawaii.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't know for sure.
All right.
If you have a THC or a card and you buy gummies, it's very different than
All right, if we could
drugs.
go to the
It's
bottom
not
of
the
the-
same thing.
Highlight the bottom half for
It's
me.
just not. We're not moving the blue. We're not moving nose candy here.
All right, there's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed?
Ronnie
verify
would
this?
have to submit his phone in. You can't just take
I
his
was
phone.
made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of
like-
2023.
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting
There
us
you
talk
go,
to him.
exactly. He's not under
No, I was
investigation.
never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how
Why
to
would
do
you
that,
seize
right?
Ronnie's
I
phone?
do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to
Why
see if
would
that
you?
happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very
Horrible
last
point.
little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom?
Yeah, but weren't you saying that
Yes,
Kouri
please.
said that
I can see that.
weed
You can see it?
gummies
Great. Okay.
were fentanyl laced?
So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection Foundation, that's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
We'll use the
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find the section in there about where he kept his drugs?
I shouldn't be on camera all day because I get really irritated with these people. I get really irritated.
Let's see. Yep.
By the way, they both took THC on celebrations, which was
Eric
the night
told Ronnie
that he passed
keeps
away.
them in an
Was a
allergy
celebration.
pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
So then
Isn't
she
that
would
what
have,
that says?
in turn, had THC, and he'd have THC in his
The whole
system.
sentence says Eric told Ronnie
You
he
boomed the
keeps
product.
them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Say, thank
Okay.
you.
That's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. The never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck.
How'd you
right?
know that? How the hell
So
did
that
you know
connects
that?
to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie.
You bought that Michael Jackson off your drug dealer. What are you talking about?
Yes,
Eric
I
hid
can
it.
see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody emptied I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection Foundation, I don't think that's what he said.
sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
Nearly, yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay.
Shut it.
All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to oh, by the way, the just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Like that mattered. Why write it?
All right.
Why would you write that
Now
letter?
let's back up just a little
And
bit
not deliver
to
it.
your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table?
She left as she was asking for permission. She didn't wait for no answer. This is
Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator. Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that. So you
We're
did a
starting to
trash
flirt here.
rip
Chill.
at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case.
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil, and then smoking it, typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke, on top of tinfoil.
What were you
They'll
doing in
heat
the
it from
80s?
underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only NIC tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my
Meth
records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all, or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who is you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh. It's been just as long for me as everybody else. So, I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point, I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
I'm just wondering how she knew what to do with it, and to reference Michael Jackson, to reference someone who overdosed. Come on, bro. None of this is... Just because you didn't find fentanyl in the trash doesn't mean anything. We have a drug dealer that was dealing fentanyl that went and got lethal doses. We have all your searches, all your Google history. Come on, dog. You laughing all the time, writing these weird notes. You were cheating. You wanted to sell $1 million worth of your book. You're saying it's not about money. Homie, it's all about money for you.
All right, so we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you were assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone. Did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember if it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
All right. And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is. I'm not.
All right. And then, after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney. Did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Your objection, a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you
lay a little foundation?
Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a...
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yes, Your Honor.
signposts?
Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment.
Yeah, if I was the judge, this would have been a wrap. This is a wrap. And it's really sad because it's reality, but
Okay, I understand that, Your Honor.
there's nothing in favor of Kouri.
I'm
Have you
gonna
heard
get
one
specific
thing
about timing?
Okay.
I think that'll
in
solve
favor
the
of Kouri?
problem. Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you a serious question. Have you had, if type 1 in the chat, if you have seen one, okay, no, let's reverse this. Type 1 of the chat if you think that there is nothing that has been presented that's in favor of Kouri, and type a 2 in the chat if you think there has been evidence that is in favor of Kouri. Let me see him. I'm going to be honest with you. I have listened to every single one of these for the last 12 days with you. And not once have I ever been like, you know what, maybe she's innocent. Maybe it's not what we think it is. Maybe it's not, there's a possibility here. I have not seen personally have seen a shred of evidence that is favoring Kouri, that puts her in a favorable light, that makes her look like she did not do this. Yeah. I'm being unbiased. I have no reason to come in here and make a point and say with 100% certainty that she's guilty for my own sake. I have listened to all of these very fairly. Not one time has one witness come in and made her look good or to make Eric look like it was his fault. Because her story changes so much. The whole sandwich thing, laughing about it, okay, whatever. You said that there's THC, that you didn't like popping pills, but you're asking your boyfriend about popping pills. You said that Eric overdosed on THC-laced gummies, but then you said you took THC to celebrate. You were celebrating the night that he died.
Yes,
But there's
sir,
no
thank you.
THC in his system. You can't.
All right, and in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not. If you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll use the end of March.
But
Okay. And then you search Carmen's house, and then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. Okay. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises have been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially...
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber.
Yeah, she lied.
Did she
Shocker.
deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor.
Exactly. It's a lie.
I think
It doesn't
he's
matter.
asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment?
Hold on. I gotta find it. It's just so relevant to this. I don't know if I'll find it. You guys seen this meme? This is an NBA meme with these two. And the guy's doing a voiceover. But every time I hear people say stop, I think that voice.
That I can black your balls.
The objection is overruled.
Kills me
Ms.
every
Nestor,
time.
Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either, so let me ask it again. Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right.
Doesn't matter if she
And as a
says
matter of
that
fact,
or
the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? It came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
not. Came out of y'all's mouth first.
Overruled.
Oh, Judge, let it go.
She's referring to by y'all. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
All right. And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, "you're the biggest piece," right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was Miss Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all of the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and so in context, we said, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
Exactly. It's so
And we
simple. Stop trying to
saw
complicate
her
it.
struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things. Is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering, and that
I'm
the
so
more,
sorry.
and that
You're
the
a
more
professional.
that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then
Stop interrupting. Damn.
within
You're a freaking professional.
less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
Okay.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your investigation into. Oh, by the way, let me back up.
Why are her eyebrows reaching
Since
the top,
you have become
but she's got the forehead wrinkles?
the lead investigator in this case,
How the fuck is she doing that?
have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
But we don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need.
Can we wrap this up? You're going nowhere.
I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation. All right?
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta?
Sorry,
you
that just blew me
recognize
away to
this
see her
exhibit?
eyes not reach her forehead, but then
Yes.
the forehead was
It
wrinkled.
states Exhibit 3-13D.
And Is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Lead investigator.
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kouri, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kouri said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th,
Yes.
just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Kouri.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Kouri, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
can just approach for a minute.
It's the Betsy. It's like, it's 4:14 there, so he's the last witness of the day, and we just cannot get the simple things over. I think she needs to be checked. My personal opinion is somebody, I think only the judge can do this, is say, listen, stop interrupting, motherfrickers. Stop talking over the witness. Stop doing all this crap, bro. You're professional. You're literally apologizing as you're interrupting him. You throw things in there. You lob things in the middle of a conversation and they go, well, I didn't want to interrupt you. Yeah, the hell you did. You interrupted and you want the jury to hear you saying that stuff. It's too much outbursts.
May it please the court?
Please.
Did you receive information from Mr. Kouri about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kouri reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
Can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different?
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
No. Say no.
Yeah, objection, Foundation.
Thank you.
I think we're at the same spot we started with a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in the court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw it.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This demonstrative Mr. Kouri created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, He may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay. So Ms. Richins is here today on
Hello?
charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Kouri probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
Foundation. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins did. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
I'm sorry. Counsel, just ask a more precise question, and if it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know?
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask it and answer.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little argumentative. Sustained.
I'll withdraw.
Argumentative? How about
Speaking
that?
of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, Foundation. When?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions.
Thank you.
I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Kouri to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right.
It's like asking a manager at a store if they know how to do every single job. Not
through
all the
all
time
your
you do. You have your job.
Interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Ms. Lauber conducted a similar transaction 2 ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Ms. Richins.
Oh, but she doesn't like pills though, right?
On that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, oh, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair. The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened,
When
right?
was
Right
that?
after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection.
Timeline.
The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that.
I understand.
That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy Drive, I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
Wasn't that Kouri?
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
Kouri was.
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well, then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the Legacy property, did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation
Wet.
into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants.
But
I wasn't really part of that.
When the
As lead
did we start
investigator,
calling
you can't
documents
testify that that was
wet?
ever done here today.
I can't. I have no knowledge
Just
of
said
it.
that.
Okay. You did, you were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were Detective
What do you
Woody.
mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those
The
to you.
title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Stupid. You're pissing me off.
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
It
Your Honor,
was,
may we approach?
Okay.
This is
Do you want to
such
move
a
on?
mess.
Okay.
You know why? Because she is a mess. And I'm sorry, but ma'am, you are very
in the 10
unprofessional.
search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators in my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you
No one
tell
knows
this
that.
jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins?
Ingested.
Based on evidence.
I bet
not
it's
speculation or theory, but evidence.
I bet it's ingested.
I know it was orally ingested.
There you go.
And that's all you know.
The
Right.
drink.
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
Telling you right now. The only way he would have taken that much is in
To
that
this
drink.
date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
No, how would you do that? They were in his system.
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Corey's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview,
Sit down.
there was never a warrant issued for Corey's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
Sit down.
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Well, let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
Yes.
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins.
Okay.
We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court.
There you go.
I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring
What's
to.
your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for
anything,
what it can tell you about the body's biology.
Yeah. The hell you
Not the
Specifically-
extent of what I know.
Yeah.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Object, thank you. Shut the
This is beyond the scope.
Yes.
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
No, it does not. Overruled.
But beyond the scope of the version, or the version of the direct examination
Overruled.
regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Gosh. Man, I'm sorry. I'm getting pissed. She is pissing me off today. She is pissing me off. She's rude. She's condescending. She's unprofessional. How many times do you have to say y'all? Dog, you're in a courtroom. I wouldn't talk the way I'm talking to you right now if I was in that courtroom and I was a professional. I would not be using y'all and messing up and air quotes and cutting people off. Damn. It's just so chill in there. What the hell's going on? What the hell? No further questions. Goodbye.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in
No.
Carmen's house?
Why would you do that?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right.
Like
And
if
did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico?
He just said he doesn't know.
Was it the Sonora area?
I think so.
He doesn't know every little bit of information off the top of his head, dog.
Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when? During interview, during testimony, during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Approximately, well, total or each time?
Each
like individually? Each time approximately 15 to 30.
Right. And that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that.
Yeah, 15. So 5 grams is the illegal marker that's lethal.
Did you give Carmen rides?
Each
to
pill
meetings
being
with her
5
attorney in your
times
car
15. Yeah, it would kill you.
After she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her?
Mm-hmm.
Went by and saw her at her house?
Kissed her, made love.
I'm sorry.
You gotta say yes
Stupid,
because they
exactly.
can't type. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to
ask a question,
get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay.
Carmen is Melanie Gibb for Pryor. This is her Melanie Gibb.
Getting close, I'm sorry. Thank you for your
Get
patience.
closer faster. Y'all.
Oh, okay. I want to talk about the, Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific.
She has to fix
the GIFs,
your...
you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the gifts is that there were, I think, 3 different ones, and that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Cochradimos testified to.
Yeah, I think it's GIF too.
So clearly, I would imagine,
people say
as
GIF.
the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
Decedent? I've never heard someone
It
say
could
that.
be part of it.
The decedent?
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but...
Katie, can you please pull up JO11?
Oh, it's a real word.
JO11. And this is only for, yeah, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that that Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly.
I have never heard of decedent, ever. I've only ever heard
And take
deceased.
your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
I didn't even know that was a real word. I had to look it up. Decedent.
Do you recognize these texts? Keep going, Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device, yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Exactly, it's GIF.
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir?
They're called GIFs, not GIFs.
Can you
Sorry.
blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Everybody who calls
Sorry.
it a GIF.
March 3rd, 2022.
So this is the day, literally, his last day on Earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
Weird to say that.
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I'd have
And-
to look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
Yeah, you interrupt like all day.
Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Corey's
There's
phone.
other people whose
sure,
job
but like
that is
the
to
day
do
he
that.
died would be in a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
do you
Like I
recall-
said, that's where we got the information
Sit
about
your ass back.
The hunting guide in
Okay.
Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this
No.
as Defense Exhibit 300, I don't even know what we're on yet.
Block it.
3010. Is it 10?
Block that.
3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that. We move to admit it.
Objection, foundation.
Thank you.
Or authenticity.
Thank
I'm
you.
also looking at
She's pissing me off today,
Yeah.
like more than ever. I
Can we
think
go to
she's-
the, is this the first page, Katie?
Just because you have an attitude with your head means nothing. You interrupt the living hell out of everybody. This dude can't even finish his thought, and then you apologize as he's still speaking. Shut up and let him talk, and then come back. How unprofessional is it to cut him off mid-sentence after asking a question? You want the jury to hear his answer. You look horrible by constantly speaking over him and then apologizing in the middle of him speaking. And Kouri, you're not doing anything back there with your damn forehead that doesn't go all the way up. What the fuck is going on with your forehead? This is what the forehead does. How are you doing that? What kind of magic trick is this? How are you doing that? And then you doing this isn't getting you anywhere. All right? I'm heated right now. I'm pissed off. I would honestly, as a judge, I would say, interrupt him again, and we're going to have serious problems. Let him talk. Order in the court. You're pissing me off. Even if she had Botox, she's been away from Botox long enough. I've never seen that before. You see what I'm talking about? Like, the muscles are there, but it only curls at the top. I'm serious. Like, this is such a waste of our time. She's so rude. She thinks that I've noticed that defense lawyers come down a lot harder on people than, prosecution does. And they're a lot more rude and condescending and stuff like that. It's just part of that tactic and just looks so bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Botox, that's weird. That's a long time to not get a Botox injection and still have it, right? I don't know how long it lasts. I thought it was like only a few months, like 6 months at the most. I don't know. What do I know about Botox? Yes. Oh, Judge Borowski would shut this down. And I'm not even mad. I know the judge is a good judge. I'm not trying to disrespect him by any means, but this is out of hand. Like, she constantly interrupts. She needs to be checked. She outbursts. She has emotional outbursts. She says things under her breath. Like, she's really unprofessional, man. Really unprofessional. That's a big turnoff to listen to her question. Because when you hear a good attorney, you're with it. But when you hear somebody like that who just sounds like a regular person off the street asking questions and emotionally reacting to their answers, that's just crazy. But I remember, the families, I had a feeling Kouri's family was backing her. I didn't know, but I had a feeling. And it's really sad because you need to look at the facts. But I feel really bad for Eric's family right now.
Let's pause there.
Thank you. Shut it down.
There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow morning from both defense and the state. That additional questioning we do not have time for today. So we'll be recessing for the day. Between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., as always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you.
Well, we're talking about it right now, Judge.
Do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case.
We watched the whole day.
Please do not do any research about the case. Please travel safe.
I appreciate the judge making a good judgment call there. Let's get out of here. Waste of our damn time. All right, guys. They're gonna have some other stuff. They're gonna do some stuff here. Have a conversation about tomorrow. We'll be back at it tomorrow at 10:30 Mountain Standard Time for Phoenix, because we're the ones that don't ever change time zones. I'll put a live up for you.
Folks, have a seat.
And we are going
Anything else
to
on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, just real quick.
My apologies.
If there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as the chief investigator, I guess I'm just asking we all be on honor they don't discuss with him his testimony at all. But if they need to talk to him about something, just let me know and we'll probably agree to that. So just if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him at 2 a.m.
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very
That's
good.
why he's laughing.
We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
He's laughing because nobody's gonna call him at freaking 2 a.m. Hey, O'Driscoll, we gotta have drinks by the poo, O'Driscoll. Drinks by the poo. All right, everybody. So I will be back at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, so we can do the skip to my lose the way we have been. Appreciate you guys and love you. I will see you in the morning, and we'll be back at it. If you're watching this trial, watch it with us. Watch it with our thing. Look at our chat, man. Our chat makes me laugh at all throughout the day. You guys are amazing. So I love having this all as a just a community. Just been great. So love you guys. See you in the morning. Mods, thank you so much for everything. Love you guys, and we will be back at it again tomorrow. Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night. Do not talk about this case until tomorrow when you're back in the chat. Love you guys.